Hello, and welcome to this first live stream here from my workshop in Leipzig. Yeah, you might have seen what I'm going to build today. One of these little eye catchers with a little glass eye in a brass mechanism. And yeah, this is kind of an experiment here because I had the idea, to try a live stream because that way I can produce videos without spending too much time just editing videos. This mechanism I'm going to build today is definitely inspired by one of the characters from the movie. Maybe you remember that guy. Like this maybe. This was the first time I have used this glass eyes, and I think it came out quite well. And it's really fun to play around with it that way. And so I wanted to create a simpler version of his head basically. So I can give it away to patrons, and yeah, I think it's just a fun little object which stares at you. So I thought about how to make it simpler so that I can make it in time, because this piece took many weeks to build, and so I came up with this design here. That's just a rough sketch. I think you have already seen pictures from the finished product, but that's how I planned it, and that's what I'm going to build today. Yes. I think I'm not very great at multitasking, so my idea is to switch around between building and talking and not trying to do both at the same time. But feel free to ask questions in the chat, and I will answer them in the meantime. I'm talking English to keep it international, but of course you can always ask questions in German, and then I will try to answer them in German as well. Yeah, whatever suits you best. Okay, what else? I will have music playing in the background, and want to give a shout out to my music artist friends who generously supplied me with their music. So great thanks to Billy Rubin, Ariel my friend, Reptile Juice, and Maurice Trench. Links to all of their Bandcamp accounts in the description. And also I want to thank my fellow steampunk friend Aeon Junophor, who supplied me with this glass eyes. Obviously they are hard to get, and they're real handcrafted hollow glass bulbs basically, and as far as I know he got them from a company who makes them for dolls, and this is what lands in their scrap bin, and he was able to rescue some of them, and now I'm able to use them in my crafts. So thank you very much, Aeon. It's very nice to work with such cool materials, and yeah, links always in the description, also to his page. Okay, so I think I'm going to start now. For the start, I have prepared these brass parts, and I designed the pieces I needed in CAD and sent them to a company who laser cut them in brass. And that way I have basically some rough shapes which I don't have to cut out manually by hand or anything, and so yeah, it's just easier to start that way, but of course there's still a lot of handcraft needed. So I will start by picking them out of this sheet, and then we will see where we end up. Okay, just have to get up and start the playlist again, and then yeah, ready to go.
friend who wants to die. She'd be never pacified. It's her own decision, but I told her I'd cry. Still my friend, she wants to die. I don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it. I want a friend that will never die. I don't wanna handle this. Now I've got some bills to pay. I work 9 hours a day. Feels like I'm burning my little life away. But I'm broke, what can I say? I don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it. I want the stuff. I had to be enough, yeah. I don't wanna handle this. Always had a special trait of being insubordinate. They found it strange and tried to have me change. Please don't try to have me change. I don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it. I want to have the right to misbehave, yeah. I don't wanna handle this. I don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it. Sometimes I'm me, sometimes I'm not me, and sometimes I'm in between. No one ever takes to know.
Du verlierst den Verstand durch die Evolution.
Ich verliere den Verstand durch die Evolution.
Du verlierst den Verstand durch die Evolution.
Verstand, durch die Evolution. And it sounds like
Okay. Yeah, I just have cut tiny little M1 threads into the given holes on these pieces. And always after thread cutting there are those tiny stick outs from the thread. And because I have to, I need the pieces to fit perfectly onto each other, I need to file down those sharp corners. And it's quite a difference. I'm not sure if it's visible here, but yeah, it's really sticking out quite a bit, and after I filed over it, it's completely flat. So that's what I'm going to do here again. And yeah, I see there's a question. Is this copper or bronze? It's brass. Copper alone is really tough. It's kind of a sticky material, so it would be nearly impossible to cut such tiny threads into it. And this brass alloy I'm using here is really nice to cut. It's like a rather soft and brittle material, so yeah, nice to work with. The only downside is it breaks relatively easy when bending, and I need to bend those pieces in the next step. So yeah, I had it once that it broke off, so yeah, I have to be a bit careful with this. And yeah, so this will be the next step, and yeah, I think I have to readjust the camera angle a bit. But yeah. Whoops.
They say I was born of metal. They say you were born of a mother. Apparently, I have no soul whatsoever. Habe ich keine Seele.
Tražim te svako jutro pokraj sebe.
Meine Eltern existieren nicht.
Now we're ready to go.
Meine Eltern existieren nicht. Meine Eltern existieren nicht. They say I was born of metal. Metal.
Metal.
They say you were born of a mother. Mother.
Micah.
I never heard a lullaby.
Nikadli sam Junophor.
Tražim svako jutro pokraj sebe, tražim svako jutro pokraj sebe, tražim svako jutro
Little Bibi Omstadt Udo, Osim Apokalypsa.
pokraj sebe.
I don't dream.
Lichter, Osim Apokalypsa. Lichter, Osim Apokalypsa. Lichter, Osim Apokalypsa. Lichter, Osim Apokalypsa. Lichter, Osim Apokalypsa.
Did I dream something nice? I can't remember. I have to see a doctor for my feet and write a seminar.
Yesterday, I ate pudding made from wheat, and I thought this is the reason why I laugh. But today, I continued. My life is objectively miserable, and there is no reason to be happy apart from the fact that I'm not sleeping under the bridge.
Okay, so now I have bent the pieces And you have seen that the first pieces, they're bent at an angle, and I just used the vise and this clamps as bending aid. It's rather soft, so I think that's okay. And the second part has to be bent around, so I used this brass stock material here, which has around the right diameter, and try to bend it over it. And when I tried this early, just by hand, then it always would bend too much at the soft spot in the middle where the hole is, because the material is the weakest there. So I cut a tiny thread into the stock material here and screwed the part on with a tiny screw. So that way the part couldn't bend away from the stock material in the middle, and it produced a nice round curve that way. Okay. And none of the parts broke, so that's fine as well. Are there questions? But doesn't file over, it just bent those stick outs back into the hole. With soft materials like copper, it behaves that way, but with a sharp file and that brittle brass alloy, it works quite well. It might be possible that there's a bit of the thread getting bent into the hole again, but it's not that much, and the thread is really tiny, only M1, a 1 millimeter thread, and that way even if a tiny bit of material gets bent in, the screw is very capable of pushing it out again. Yeah, M1. It's really tiny. It's also the smallest ones I use, but especially for that tiny mechanisms, it's quite nice to have such tiny screws which don't look over big on a miniature. And I have a tip for this as well. You might have seen that I'm using this thing for thread cutting, and that's not actually a thread cutting tool. You might know these things here, the bars which you turn like this. But for a tiny thread cutter like this, the weight of the bar alone stretches the tool very much, and they're not very balanced. And if you just bump a tiny bit into it, it's all over. It will break. And yeah, so this tool isn't very sophisticated for such tiny threads. Also, especially in soft materials like brass, you don't need very much force. It's much more important to be able to feel very well how much strength is put onto the tap. And the tool I'm using here is originally intended to hold how are you called, reamers. So it's a reamer holder. It has a nice holding mechanism, a 4-shot chuck basically on the end, and yeah, so I put the tabs inside, close the chuck, and that way I can feel the material very well with my fingertips. Don't need much strength at all, and also it's perfectly balanced. If you hold it straight, then there's no sidewards force strengthening, stretching the tab. Yeah, I hope that makes kind of sense, but for me this technique works very well. Usually such tiny tabs break very easily, and this one I think I've cut over 1,000 holes in it, and some of them even in stainless steel, which is basically the toughest material to cut threads into. And yeah, I think it works quite nice for me. It's been a while since I broke one of these. Yeah, and for the oil I have used a tiny cup with a bit of oil and just stick in the thread, the cutter briefly. It's that way you have a tiny bit of cutting oil on the tip, but not a whole mess like if you would put a bunch of drops next to the hole or anything. It's get messy, and that way it's very clean. Okay, Next up will be assembling the main cage. One moment, I forgot one piece to bend. I will do that quickly, and then I will assemble the main cage for the eye. And for that reason, I will need to shorten screws. I have some tiny brass screws here, M1 and 2 millimeters long, but actually 2 millimeters is still too long for my purpose here, because I only need to hold together 2 sheets of 0.8 millimeter stock material. And so I need to shorten this tiny screws here, and I have a special tool I invented myself for this. It's basically like a staircase with different thicknesses where I can screw in the tiny screws in a bunch of holes I prepared here. And then I can just file over the back end and remove all of the screw which is sticking out basically. And that way I can trim my tiny screws to very precise lengths. Okay. No, I didn't heat it up, but when I buy it in a soft state, not hardened, and that way I can. It's already as soft as it gets, and yeah, but it's still not very fun to cut stainless steel because it tends to stick to the tap, and yeah, it's very easy to break those. There are special taps which are coated in a special alloy which pretends the sticking, but those are very expensive, and as they are also very brittle, for me at least it works best to just buy the cheap ones and every couple hundred holes just break them and use a new one basically. Okay, so let's continue with the assembly here.
always so fiddly to
Božić je najgori blagdan i baš sam tužna. Svi ćemo mi svake godine kad upale se lampice i zamiriše biskvit, ja ne znam šta ću sa sobom.
Care me, I've lost him in a crazy tune. Distinct, I see right through it every afternoon. Every afternoon I sit and stare and later look elsewhere, but you don't see. You're the only one I'd really like to see on national TV. R2, where are you? Searched all night and day. It's been a battle between help is on its way. Oh my dear, it's hard in here. Should you appear, or is this just a careless dream? Anyway, I'd love to play. Would you be the defender in my team? We live inside a lazy room with no windows, baby. We'd like to show you what the fuss is all about and where it's at. And if the room keeps spinning, my dear, we won't be winning. A screw or two to keep the structure of speed is what you need. We take stuff, we pick it up. 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 Hello again, good morning. Please listen to our warning. Some fly, some burn, and in the end we're all washed out. But don't freak out. We have a nuclear rocket, 12 feet inside your pocket, and rainbow fireworks to really set the tone to combat zone. We take stuff, we pick it up. 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 I speak a lot of notes, but it's nothing like takes time to make it up. There is a secret nerve, and it tells me where to go. Sometimes it has enough, and then my mind starts to show. Surely they summer lives with a sun so big and bright. That's gonna be someday. Well then again, I don't mind.
And as proof, I present you now with this next section. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't give a damn. Talking in language doesn't make sense. Playing hide and seek with my declining confidence. Going in rounds, you can never see the point. Located in the center between my wrist and my joint. Pink, smoke, contaminates the air. I'm breathing only numbers, what do you care? When the metro comes back with an asthma attack, we're expected to neglect it and then finally go back to where I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't give a damn. Every second chance at the throw with a mistake, which was blown out of a so to speak, or actual bellyache. Nervous ending, sending electronic signals to your brain as it happened then and later and again and again and again. Unroll the chain, the tooth cannot explain the amount of sugar racing through is too much to contain, but it's only gas and this too shall pass. A dream team of a sun and a magnifying glass. I don't even care.
You tell them, boy.
I don't even care. Yeah, I don't even care. I don't give a damn.
911, what's your emergency?
Completely lost my line of thought and which I hit my trail. Lost in the black hole from which is no escape.
Excuse me?
Completely lost my line of thought and which I hang my trail. Lost in the black hole from which is no escape. Completely lost
All right,
my line of
where
thought
are
and
you?
which I hang my trail. Lost in the black hole from which is no escape. Completely lost my line of thought and which
It's
I
okay,
hang my
sir.
trail.
Let's work this out.
Lost in the black hole from which is no escape. Completely lost my line of thought and which I hang my trail. Lost in the black hole from which is no escape. Completely lost my line of thought and which I hang my trail.
He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care. He doesn't give a damn.
Okay. So now I have closed this loop, and you might have seen me screw up there because when I tried to close the last gap, one of the bands actually broke. So obviously this must have happened in live stream, but yeah, I quickly soldered it together, and the person who receives the eye with the soldered edge, at least that's the one you've seen me build here. Okay, and in the last step I have squeezed the piece in the vise a bit to get it in shape, because yeah, my manual bends aren't perfect, of course. Let's see what questions are there. Is Germany good for stop motion? I think not particularly actually. It's really hard for me to find customers at all, and most of them are from the US or Australia or foreign countries. We have a bunch of short film stop motion productions in Germany, but very little commercial work. Most of them are just art projects, hobby projects, whatever. And there are a bunch of publicly funded short films, but as far as I know, we didn't have feature-length stop-motion productions for many years. As far as I know, France has a bit more in Europe here, and of course Great Britain is basically the global stop-motion center. But anyway, I think it doesn't matter very much where you live, because in every case you would probably work for clients all over the world and ship things around or travel to different projects. I know a bunch of animators who basically travel all the time, so it depends if you're more into animating or more into building stuff. The pitch of an M1 thread, also already answered by Lokomophilov correctly, 0.25 millimeters. And I actually have to keep that in mind, because often I have to use really tiny parts, for example for the mechanical hands I'm making. There I'm only using 0.5 millimeter stock material, so the threads only have 2 turns in the material, and that's about the reasonable limit in size, I think. And how to match the pitch of those components, I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly, but as the thread is only cut in the lower sheet metal and the upper sheet metal has a through hole, I don't have to match up the turns in any way. But matching turns like this can actually be helpful. I have another miniature planned where I have to keep 2 sheet metals apart from each other for a definitive distance, and there I actually plan to put them at the distance I want and then cut the thread through both materials in one go, and then hopefully the screw on itself will keep the right distance between the materials. But for this case, it's just cutting and then threading it in until it tightens. Nothing special. And also a little trick you will see me use later is when I insert this piece here for the up and down moving mechanism of the eye, then of course the piece has to stay movable, and so I can't tighten the screws or anything. And also if they are just loosely but threaded into the moving piece, then moving it up and down will tighten or loosen the screws, and that doesn't produce a nice mechanical movement. So what I'm actually using here is I don't use the screws in the usual fashion. Usually you go to the through hole and then into the thread, and the 2 layers tighten. But in this case the thread is cut directly in this material, so the screw goes into the thread first and then into the through hole second. So the thread only acts like a pinion in this case. It's just the part of the thread which sticks out, which holds that piece in place and allows it to move freely. And yeah, the stiffness of the movement only comes from the strength. I can't say strength. From the strength in the material, because yeah, the bend isn't quite 180 degrees, and if I force it inside there, it will be under pressure, and that way, yeah, it will have a nice nice feel to it when you move it. Okay, so I will do this now, and I also have to polish this part, because after handling it, it's completely full of fingertip fat and fingerprints, and you don't see it now, but if you would leave this part for a couple of days unpolished, then you would get very clear fingerprint impressions, and I don't want that. Okay, I have a feeling that curve is a bit tighter than this one. I will try to correct it manually a bit, but yeah, should be okay, I guess. Yeah, so I think that's the next step.
Welcome. Welcome. Hello, and thank you. It's 5:26 in the morning of December 25th, 2021, here in the Chefetage rehearsal room in Langerstrasse 3 in Leipzig, Germany. Anyway, the song will now slow down, come to a halt,
Rewind all the way to the beginning, and then will come the family.
feel like if someone stabbed me, I would not die cause I'm filled with supernatural glitter. Supernatural glitter.
Ich habe das Gefühl, wenn mich jemand erstechen würde, würde ich nicht sterben, weil ich mit übernatürlichem Glitzer gefüllt bin.
Supernatural glitter.
J'ai l'impression que si quelqu'un me poignardait, je ne mourrais pas parce que je suis rempli de paillettes surnaturelles. Paillettes surnaturelles. Siento que si alguien me apuñala, no moriría, porque estoy lleno de brillo sobrenatural. Sobrenatural. Sobrenatural.
Я чувствую, что если бы кто-то ударил меня ножом, я бы не умер, потому что я наполнен сверхъестественным блеском. С блеском. С блеском. С блеском.
Mám pocit, že kdyby mě někdo bodl, nezemřel bych, protože jsem naplněn nadpřirozeným bleskem.
Scintillio soprannaturale.
Always a bit fiddly to get those in.
Scintillio soprannaturale. Scintillio soprannaturale.
I will not search that now. Just make another one.
Osjećam se kao da me nešto dožene bi umro, jer sam ispunjen jačaravnim sjajem. Jačaravni sjaj.
The problem with that way of shortening the screws, of course, is that you destroy the small taper at the tip of the screw. So afterwards it's much harder to screw it in because, yeah, the thread just starts bluntly. And yeah, let's hope it will work now without losing the screw again.
Dream, one morning, it's gently shining through my eyelids, reviving forgotten thoughts. A familiar face, something in my veins, loving eyes, emphasize, time is running short. Yet I'm lying in between four walls, formidable laws.
Doesn't hold anything.
They're staring, judging, just barely holding back their smiles.
Opinion for the next.
Away from their eyes. I know you, sweet desire. I know you, holy water. This is my shame and splendor. God knows it goes together. This light is burning me, I'm blind, I'm deaf and terrified. Take me somewhere else. I'm losing my mind. I know you, sweet desire. I know you, holy water. This is my shame and splendor. God knows it goes together. I know you, sweet desire. I know you, holy water. This is my shame and splendor. God knows it goes together. I know the future holds a big gift for me. We're gonna swim tomorrow. Water will be my shadow. I know the future will not skip over me.
Okay, so the main cage for the eye, I would consider that finished for now. I will later clean it up in the ultrasonic cleaner again. But yeah, for now I think it's finished, and off to the next part, which will be, I don't know how to call this piece, but the main thing which will hold the eye inside here. Music too loud. Yeah, I can turn down the music volume a bit. Thanks for letting me know. I don't actually hear the main audio. Whoops, I think I just muted myself here. I've put the music to 70%, let me know if it's better then. Yeah, greetings everyone. Ulrich, what do you want to tell me? You can make a paper tool to recut the taper on the screws. Interesting technique though. I actually have a special tool to recut the taper on those tiny threads. I'm just not using it because I want to save time in that case. But there are those really tiny. I will get the biggest one so you can see what I mean. Just a second. Whoops. These tools here. I actually don't know how they are called properly. But they basically cut a tiny radius. They are like a cutter which has a radius inside. And so I can, in theory, hold the screw like this and apply the cutter like this, and it retapers the end of the screw. But it all needs time, and for a little project like this, I consider it good enough without the taper. Yeah. But how would you apply? But how would you use paper? Sandpaper maybe. Let me know what you meant. Okay. So what now? Yeah, I will continue with this main piece of the eye stand, and that one has to be drilled here and there to also use a screw as hinge basically. And for this I will have to switch over to my mill and switch around the cameras a bit, so please be patient. And yeah, then we will do an interesting part again. All right.
We're gonna swim tomorrow. Till then I'll drown in sorrow.
Okay, so now I have 2 tiny holes here and there, and they need a small M1 taper as well, not taper, thread. Deburring the edges a bit. That way it's easier to get the thread cutting started. But of course it can't reach in there quite well, so yeah, it's just better than nothing.
Ate a bowl of cereal and I couldn't help myself, so I ate another one in the mouth till I could barely move myself. In the middle of the night, stuck in this beauty chair, and I cannot scream for help 'cause that would make my flatmates wake up from the beauty sleep. So I'm passing my time thinking about unimportant
Fuck me from stringing again. Don't wanna pick it up. It's such an annoyance. I feel like a big fuck in my fucking head. Every time I hear this ringing noise, don't wanna go on the phone. Just wanna chat it out with the boys. I don't wanna go pick up the phone. Don't wanna do strangers on the phone. I don't go pick up the fucking phone. You make me crazy. Please leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Bitches, cunts, that shit's still ringing. My God, who the fuck wants to talk to me now? I hope it's not some salesman, 'cause he can go fuck a cow. I don't wanna talk to anybody today, especially not over telephone or some shit like that. I don't wanna go pick up the phone. Don't wanna talk to strangers on the phone. Don't wanna go pick up the phone. You make me crazy. Leave me alone. I don't crazy. fucking dying. Just fucking dying. Seriously, phones are fucking awful.
You were a beautiful Japanese tree, and I loved you. We can turn across fluffy treetop, all the way down to the river. We can turn across fluffy treetop, going all the way down to the river. We can turn across fluffy treetop, going all the way down to the river. We can turn across fluffy treetop, going all the way down to the river. We can turn across fluffy treetop, going all the way down to the river. To the river. You were a beautiful Japanese tree, and I loved you. We can turn across fluffy treetop, going all the way down to the river. Going all the way down to the river.
To lose all your cards, it's no good, it's no fun.
your cards. It's no good, it's no fun to lose all your cards. It's no good, it's no fun to lose all your cards. It's no good, it's no fun to lose.
Your credit card, driver's license, ID, medical card, student card, your whole wallet, actually. Everything's gone. It's not good and it's not fun at all. You have to renew all of these cards all over again. It's a pain in the butt. It's a real pickle tickle. You're in a doozy McCloozy. Good night.
Okay, so I now have basically sanded the sides of this piece flat, and it's already shiny, but this piece I want to get really polished, so it's like a mirror, and yeah, for that reason I have to continue polishing it a bit, and that's what I'm going to do now. And then I'm going to punch my hallmark right there in the end. And yeah, so these are the next step before we finally go to the lathe and do some brass turning, which will be exciting. Okay.
I knew a boy, he was so sweet, shook his hair and clapped his feet. Never did he know he was a star in my head with his guitar. I knew a girl I knew before we had a fight and talked no more.
Doesn't matter who you meet, no one will stay forever. Get yourself together, 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 get yourself together.
Okay, so that took a while, and I know it wasn't that interesting, but I also didn't want to rush it because the polishing makes what makes this thing shine, basically. I polished it first with sandpapers, continuing to even finer grits, and then in the next step I used one of these rubber wheels with tiny particles inside, a polishing wheel, and I used that to make it really smooth. And in the last step I applied some polishing paste with this felted wheel, and that's what makes it really shine, yeah. But now the part is completely covered in fingerprints and fat, etc., so it doesn't look all that well. And so before I'm going to continue with the next step, I'm going to throw this part and also the cage we assembled earlier into my ultrasonic cleaner. And hopefully we can ignore the hissing sound in the background, and then I can tell you a bit about the next step and prepare the setup. Okay. I'm putting all the parts inside here so they don't get lost in the solution. All right, so I'm not sure how strong the noise is in the background, but I hope you're able to understand me. So the parts so far were all prepared as laser cut sheet metal, so I only had to do basically processing steps, but I didn't make the parts from scratch. With the next piece, I'm going to start with rough stock material, and it's about the little brass foot of the entire thing, which holds it on the wooden base plate. Yeah, I'm going to turn a nice decorative piece on my lathe, and that will also require some camera setup changes. So, yeah, just a second.
I must console myself with the reflection that the nature of the subject is evidently responsible for this, rather than any preference of my own.
Might have an ability to do things as they are supposed to be done, learning things that have a pattern. Language grammar, rules like orthography, or logical sense like cacography. Physics, for example, visualize, understand, remember better.
Free speech, gift-giving cryptography, Orlando's autobiography. Free speech, giving. Muddy water, when waves that shorter. Muddy water, when waves Au revoir, dream world. Tell me, can't you see us perfectly curled? Beneath, how we desperately defy, blocked under seemingly blue and open sky. Can't you see us perfectly curled? Can't you see us perfectly curled? Protecting my sensitive senses. Protecting my sensitive senses. Normal amount of suffering. Normal amount of suffering. Sensitive senses. Normal amount of suffering.
I must console myself. With the reflection. That the nature of the subject is evidently responsible for this. Rather than any preference of my own.
Rather than any preference of my own.
Okay, so the parts are clean now, and let's try to not touch them anymore, to don't add any more fingerprints. And yeah, as you can see here, I already prepared the lathe setup, and now I'm going over there and try to turn a decorative foot piece for this thing. Okay, so see you over there.
People walking slowly, they have no idea that I am struggling with the worst diarrhea. I've given everything I could. People walking slowly, they have no idea that I am struggling with the worst diarrhea.
it's enough.
Bad thoughts in her head about me, head about me, head about me. Bad thoughts in her head about me, but she wouldn't say. One morning we walked along in the park, hand in hand. Actually it was alright, but something was a bit strange. I was talking all along, telling her about my song, but she was quieter than air. I wonder what went wrong. Bad thoughts in her head about me, head about me, head about me. Bad thoughts in her head about me, but she wouldn't say. We went to a movie once. It was fun, well at least for me. Just till I had a chance, I looked at her to see. She was looking so annoyed, and I was lucky to avoid the punch she threw right in my face. I would have been destroyed. Bad thoughts in her head about me, head about me, head about me. Bad thoughts in her head about me, but she wouldn't say. Heard some noises the other night. It was strange cause it wasn't me. Wondered what it's all about. I had to check it out. I walked to the kitchen so worried about my quality of life, when suddenly she grabbed my neck, holding a 10-inch knife. Well, bad thoughts in her head about me, head about me, head about me. Bad thoughts in her head about me, but she wouldn't say. Bad thoughts in her head about me, head about me, head about me. It's just an narcolepsy, but she wouldn't say. But she wouldn't say. But she wouldn't say.
So, yeah, I basically hand turned that brass stand, which will go under this piece like that. And I just eyeballed the shape, so every stand will be a bit different, but that's part of the fun of hand turning brass, of course. Also, when turning, I recognized that the frame rate of my camera there is really low, and it seems it's too hot, so I will turn that camera off for a while and hopefully be able to turn it on later again when it had time to cool down a bit. So let me just do that quickly. Zack. Oh, actually, seemed that wasn't the camera, so it's the other one that has a heat problem. Just a second. Okay, seems like it's running again. Whatever. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah. Hi, William. I think we chatted before, haven't we? Yeah, it's quite nice to have some company in the workshop as well. Usually I'm here all alone listening to audiobooks and stuff. But yeah, it's a nice thing to do like that. It makes me a bit nervous as well. Usually it gives you kind of a weird feeling to have someone watching over your shoulder while working, because all mistakes will be judged, I guess. But yeah, nice. Yeah, I remember your profile picture, I guess. But well, yeah. I also plan to continue doing this maybe once a month or something like that, because I have projects like this quite often. I mean, at least once a month, because I give away these things for patrons. And yeah, when I'm making a batch of something like 6, 8 or 10 pieces, then I have time to figure things out, and after I know how to do this, I can maybe do a live stream of it and talk a bit about it. Yeah, with this piece, I before sewing it off that bar, I want to cut a slit perpendicular up here, where the brass piece will fit nicely inside. And that I'm going to do on the mill again, and it's quite important to do this before sewing off the piece, as you would have no way of holding it in the vise. And I mean, this is a rather simple example, but I think one of the most challenging things of engineering and part making is figuring out the right how do you call it, the right way to do it, in which order to do the steps, because if you do it in the wrong order, you end up in a position where you can't continue because you can't hold the part, or it's just incompatible with your tools, etc. So yeah, figuring out the right order of the steps is can be quite difficult at times, and very easy to screw up. Ah yeah, and the hole you saw me drill in the beginning, it's a pilot hole for another thread, M1.4 in that case, which is going to hold the piece on the wooden stand later. I actually don't know what Stop Mode Jam 4 is. Maybe you can tell me a bit more about it, and then I can think about it, and maybe I will join. I also had the idea of maybe live stream from animation once, but that will take a while, because right now I don't do much animation. You might have heard that the last set of mine was animated by another animator, so I had time to concentrate on building stuff and directing, of course, and that was a quite new experience as well. And now we're back to set building, and I think for the next couple of months we're going to prepare the next set, and maybe in summer, probably in summer, we have the next set prepared, and then maybe I have the opportunity to live stream some animation as well. So I'm going to change the camera angles again for milling, and see you there.
Like a walk in the park, under the trees, and I feel it under the trees. No one can see me. No one can see me. There's a pain in my
Stick the knife into my kidney. I don't care. Hurts me so when you're not there. Singing songs about love and despair. I don't care. If you want it, I will tell you. So you'll know I loved you from so long ago. But when you come, you say you have to go. You don't know. I love you more since you left me flat. I love you more than I love my cat. So you see, now this is true. What I say, since you're gone all night long and every day, I sing this song with nothing more to say. Hey, hey.
Okay, so that piece is now in a rough state, but finished. What I have to do is deburr it manually with a file and then cut the fret here in the already prepared hole. Okay, so yeah, I will switch the cameras around again and then do this. I just discovered that I screwed up on this part because I would have needed to move the slit saw a tiny bit down to widen the gap, and now the slit in this piece is not wide enough to fit on the prepared brass part. And I already cut it off, so I'm not sure if I'm able to widen that gap. I'm not sure if I should make it entirely new or try to fix it, but yeah, screw-ups like this always happen. Let's see, maybe I have a file which fits that gap and then I could widen it manually, but no, it's just not fitting in there. Maybe I could try clamping it again between two pieces of wood and hopefully very carefully be able to mill it again. I'm just not sure, but making it all over again would be quite boring, I guess. I will try biting it. Oops. And if it fails, then at least it's interesting to see how it fails. Yeah, and regarding the long wire, yeah, when I set up this entire thing, I obviously had the problem that the range of my cameras were too limited. And I just bought very long USB cables. Those are luckily available. Just don't buy the cheapest ones, else the connection is quite unstable. And for the power supply of the camera, I just bought a power supply, cut off the cable, and manually soldered in a long piece of wire. I mean, it's just two poles inside the cable, so fairly easily, and it works quite well so far. Okay, I will try figuring out a way. You would redo, yeah. Yeah, but we all already saw that, so I will try fixing it, and maybe it doesn't work anyways. Okay, let me just quickly try this. Yeah, I think it actually worked, to my surprise. But yeah, if you're only removing tiny bits of the material, the forces involved aren't that strong. So yeah, sometimes it's okay to just hold it between two pieces of wood. And that's actually a trick in cases like this. If you have to in any way hold down oddly shaped pieces like this one, then just clamp it between two pieces of wood and basically close the vise so the shape gets pressed into the wood. And the brass is harder than the wood, and then basically the impressions formed in the wood will hold it perfectly tight. And if the involved forces aren't too strong, this often works. The slit is now a bit deeper than I originally intended, but at least it fits the given thickness. So now finally off to thread cutting again.
themselves while they wallow in the mire. I don't really care 'cause they're talking fucking shit, talking shit, talking fucking shit. I don't really care 'cause they're talking fucking shit, talking fucking shit, talking fucking shit. I don't really care 'cause they're talking fucking shit.
Okay, so now the foot piece is soldered on the main head part, and I polished it again a bit. Of course, I added a bunch of new fingerprints in the process, but anyways, I will clean it in the end again. And now before I forget it, I will add my hallmark punch and then put it in the ultrasonic cleaner again. And in the meantime, while this thing is cleaning again, I will prepare my sewing table here for cutting out the wooden stand part. Okay.
Nobody wants to touch me. What's the wrong about me now? What's the wrong about me now? Just a on reality. No one belongs to me. Will it ever change out? Will it ever change out? Just a dream.
Well, I'm just human after all.
Checking out, there's a door. Fucking hell, fucking sucks. That's the thing, but it doesn't. Don't think, I'm pretty sure. I'm okay. Just a dream. That's not in my reality. Nobody wants to touch me. What's the wrong about me now? What's the wrong about me now? Just a dream. That harsh reality. No one belongs to me. Will it ever change now? Will it ever change now? Just a dream.
Nice and shiny again.
In the nature, there's a find that blows every scientist's mind. It's a puzzle, nonetheless, necessary for the world to progress. First you're little, then you're not, like a star from a tiny dot. First connected, then it's cut. We like to breathe and run and giggle, but we're not afraid of growing old. There's a time and a place for us to be. We're not afraid of getting cold. It's a nature symphony. As the tiger makes a roar, and then ain't that loud anymore. As the cheetahs never last, and then no longer can they run as fast. We're becoming slow as well. Together in parallel. Nonetheless we laugh about. We're afraid of war and diseases, but we're not afraid of growing old. There's a time and a place for us to be. We're not afraid of getting cold. It's a nature symphony. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Takes off its skin and its growth. Take a look at my skin, I'm no longer there. An empty shell, an empty hole. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Takes off its skin and its growth. Take a look at my skin, Turn around when you hear a roar coming from the depth of your drawer. Deep inside to your surprise are the cheetah and tiger from before. Check this out, says successively. I have sound and I have velocity. Don't I chase yet, far ahead. And of being young too, we're not afraid. We're not afraid of growing old. There's a time and a place for us to be. We're not afraid of getting cold. It's a nature's symphony. We're not afraid of growing old. There's a time and a place for us to be. We're not afraid of getting cold. It's a nature's symphony. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Takes off its skin and its grow. Take a look at my skin, I am no longer there. An empty shell, an empty hole. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Takes off its skin and its grow. Take a look at my skin, I am no longer there. An empty shell, an empty hole. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Takes off its skin and its grow. Take a look at my skin, I am no longer there. An empty shell, an empty hole. Little spider turns into a bigger spider. Little spider turns into a monster spider. Takes off its skin and its grow. Take a look at my skin, I am no longer there. An empty shell, an empty hole. You failed, you might deny, but it's true, but it's true, but it's true, but it's true. Moreover, you think it's no one's fault, but it's you, but it's you, but it's you. Can't remember where you came from, where you're going to, or the last time anyone noticed you. Meantime, the tram is after you, buttercup, you better keep up. Good times, they come and go, so it seems, so it seems, so it seems, so it seems. However, good times you'd only find in your dreams, in your dreams, in your dreams. Now see where the sun goes down, your eyes are never shut. Sun goes up, your mind stays in the dark. Meantime, the tram is catching up. Buttercup, you better not stop. You are alone. Directions home, I know. You give it all today. Take that away. Take that away.
Take that away. Take that away. Take
My brain's so switching, I'm crap with him, I'm crap. It's even complete bullshit when I'm in you.
Goblins in the town, they see.
So yeah, I was just starting the assembly. The cage for the eye is now complete, and I also have the wooden stand. And before I will screw on that, oops, I will glue in the eye, because that's a bit the stand is in the way later. So yeah, let's add the eye first. And yeah, hi Matthias, you are a bit late, but no problem. At least you came for the most interesting part, the assembly. And yeah, maybe I will change around the camera real quick. Oops. So we can see from top down again. yeah, just like that. Okay, usually I really try to avoid gluing anything because I think it's a quite unelegant way of assembling things, and it can have problems with aging over the years, so epoxy glues might get brittle or discolor themselves, so it's not the preferred way of assembling things. I really like purely mechanical assemblies. But sometimes there are parts which are just very difficult to get hold onto without glue. And I think this hollow glass bulbs, which are all a bit differently shaped, are quite a good example of that. So forgive me, I'm going to use glue on this occasion here. And I'm using regular 2-component epoxy on that. And in the first step I will, whoops, oh, don't drop it. I will glue the eye right here, just on the back side where the little stick out thing of the eye is. And after that's dry, I will create a little wooden handle to steer it, and that will be the last piece of the assembly. Yeah, sure. Actually, I just got my lathe a couple of months ago, and it was a gift from a supporter, actually. And I used to work without a lathe as well, but for many occasions it's okay. I need my mill much more also for armature making. The mill I have is really tiny, and I mostly use it for decorative parts. And where it's really helpful is if you solder ball and socket joints, and after the soldering everything is gummed up usually, then you can put it in the lathe and spin it and polish it that way quite easily. But yeah, the one I have is really tiny, and sooner or later I'm going to need a bigger one, but for now it's just fine. Okay, yeah. Most of the robot characters I built, they are mostly just armatures basically. I made them only with hand tools, files, and this saw here. It's kind of a jeweller's saw, but a bit of a cheap one, and a normal drill, just something like this, and especially in brass you can get quite far with this, because yeah, it's a soft metal, you can shape it with hand tools, and also it has it's very suitable for friction joints, because it doesn't stick to itself and it produces beautiful smooth movements. But sooner or later I discovered that it's necessary to move to steel and stainless steel for really tiny parts. And then, and also the precision got much higher over the years, and then I really needed a mill. But yeah, it took me quite a while to afford it, and I'm still waiting for a proper lathe. So yeah, machines are expensive, definitely. Yeah, but hands still hurt. For example, what I can't do on my machines is cutting the tiny threads, usually M1, and in stiff materials, yeah, it needs quite a bit of torque, and it's all on the fingertips. And yeah, I got some. How do you call it, some really hard fingertips by now. And also filing is still required, because machines always leave burrs, and if you want a nice clean finish, yeah, then usually the last step is to hand file everything. Okay, so I'm going to mix a bit of 2K epoxy now for that eye, and that takes about 5 minutes to cure, but I think I can already start working on the wooden handle in the meantime. So yeah, for some reason the eye doesn't fit completely in. I have to check, but yeah, that's what I'm going to do next.
A surprise when I had to tell them about the forest of eyes. They shrugged their wrinkly noses, piercing glass in the eyes. I don't think they're gonna ask for welfare aggressions and faces outcry. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Hawkins in my town, what do they aspire? Do they seek for answers? What is their desire? Hoodlums everywhere you look, everywhere you can go. Reading the lies that were in the mail this morning, now off you go. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. How goblins in their gardens enrich the soil with substrates. Calling the neighbors a fuck face, fucking face, and fuck that face. Fungicides, pesticides, under law and I'm with it. Fungicides and pesticides, I don't know who did this side. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Racks are wrapped around their feet and their leathery hands. The property of the skin seems to possess leathery characteristics. Why even bother with rags? Why even bother with lies? Hobgoblins with their eyes, breakfast is devouring lies. Hobgoblins with rough faces, foreign language accountable races. What in yellow totem's name? No clue where, no why they came. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend. Dawn of the day, dawn of the day, my friend.
Okay. The eye is now glued, and in a couple of minutes this 2-component epoxy will be hard, and then we are allowed to touch it again. For now, you might have seen that I had stick some paper tags on both sides of the eye, and that's to keep it center in the suspension, because if you turn it and the eye isn't perfectly circular, it might possible that it touches somewhere and can't be turned completely around. And to avoid that, I'm making sure that the eye is glued perfectly on center into the suspension, in the brass mechanism. So yeah, I leave that for now. And I also took some measurements of the sticking out piece of the glass eyes, basically, not sure, the handle part. And that's very fragile glass, and I'm going to put kind of a wooden sleeve over it, like a tiny wooden handle, and I will glue that on later as well. And for now I only need the measurement of this thing so I can machine the wood part. What else? Any comments? Yeah, there are tapping tools for machines, but for something like an M1 thread, you were probably going to lose them very fast if you're using a affordable home mill, basically, because the machine just isn't capable of feeling the material or how it feels, basically, and that's very important, that you stop turning if it's when it comes up, or the tap sticks or anything. You have to feel that, and that's the reason I'm using this reamer holding pieces, so I have quite a good understanding of what's going on at the tap by just feeling how it moves on the handle. And yeah, tiny threads on machines is very difficult. I'm trying to find a solution as well, because I have to cut quite a lot of threads for my tiny hand armatures. But it seems the only way it might be possible is on a very high quality CNC mill, and even then maybe not thread cutting but thread milling. And in that scales we are talking about, we are really in the realms of completely unaffordable machines. The things which keep it at 90 degree, they are helpful, to keep it at 90 degree, but nothing else. It's still handwork, hand turning, and keeping it at 90 degree is especially important on larger pieces. But on that tiny threads, and there are very short threads as well, eyeballing it is just fine. And with a bit of experience, after cutting a couple of 100 threads, you are quite capable of just holding it perpendicular at a 90 degree angle by hand, and it's easier that way. Also on thread cutting, you have seen me using two ways of thread cutting. First, the tiny M1 threads for the eye mechanism, and the threads were cut only with one tool, just one pass, go through and finished. And then at the M1.4 thread in the base of the eyepiece, I used three cutters, like pre-cutter, main cutter, and finish cutter. And that's mostly necessary if you're cutting deeper threads, like more than 3 or 4 turns, because else the tiny cutters will get stuck. And so I have a full set of the hand cutters with 3 pieces each for deeper threads in harder materials, and the machine taps which cut the entire thread in one pass for thinner and softer materials. I had to break quite a lot of taps before I figured out what I need, and now I'm using basically 3 types of taps. The machine taps, as I said, for thin and soft materials where I can go through in one pass. the hand taps, and I have a couple of special taps for stainless steel, because stainless steel is a really sticky material and it kind of bonds to the tools you're using, and if you're not using the exact precise cutting speed it needs, you can basically fuse your tool with the thing you're cutting and then it's stuck. And there are special coated cutters for alloys like stainless steel, and those are usually very expensive, but I use them for commercial work where I really need high quality and make the parts rather fast. And yeah, they are quite impressive because they cut like through butter. Well, okay, so I will rearrange the cameras again for the lathe and start preparing the wooden handle piece. Okay. I'm not sure if how that turned out, but yeah, as with the brass stand pieces, I'm also varying the shapes of the handles a bit and just eyeballing different designs. Yeah. So that's what's going on the end of the eye eventually. Yeah, and I wanted to show you another thing. Talking of, where is it here? Breaking tabs and stuff. Sometimes it's quite useful to have a couple of broken tabs and end mills because they can be used to create tools yourself, because it's high-speed tool steel. And this here is what I have used for cutting the brass and the wood on the lathe. And this once was a thread cutter. I broke it off and kept it, and at some point I ground a radius on the end, and it's quite easy, and now I have a very tiny lathe tool which I can use for soft metals and wood. And yeah, the handle is a bit a thicker piece of steel, and with that tiny screw here I can change the tool. And I have a couple of those ground broken tabs with different shapes on the end, and yeah, that's basically what I'm using to create those tiny turned decorative pieces. Okay, back to the wood. This one I'm going to file the end off where the tiny dimple is, and then I'm going to sandpaper it a bit to make it smoother and coat it with, how's it called? Stain, I think, like a dark color for wood, to match the color of the base plate. And then it's off to the final assembly. So last step ahead. I just had a minor screw up again and discovered that I didn't drill the hole in the handle deep enough, so it doesn't fit quite over the glass piece here. So I'm now trying to deepen the hole a bit manually with the tiny mill here. How's it called? Whatever. So hopefully I don't destroy the handle in the process. Now it fits. Oh. Nearly forgot to stain it. And of course I can't do it directly afterwards.
Pesticides, pesticides, such a beautiful work of art. Come inside, it did really leave a mark. Right inside. How in the world do you do it? Just look inside, still seems quite illusory. Held my mind, had all my defenses up, but still got it right inside.
Okay, I just stained the handle, and now it has to dry before I can glue it on, so I won't do this now in the live stream. I just sticked it on like this, and it holds a bit by itself. And yeah, I would consider that finished for now. I will definitely polish it again afterwards with a wet polishing grease, which is a bit messy, so I can't do it very good in the live stream. And yeah, so the eye can be rotated all the way around and up and down, so it can look at you from all the angles. Maybe I'm putting it on the other camera again, like this. Exactly, and I made a total of 10 pieces of this. This is the 10th one. And 3 of them were off to Patreon supporters. And if you want to get cool little miniatures like this guy, then the easiest way is to become a patron, of course. But I'm also putting them up in a new online shop where you can buy them if you're interested. And there's also my armature stuff and other things which might be interesting. And yeah, so the link to that really new online shop is in the description. Feel free to check that out. And in a very short time you will also find this little guy, exactly the one I was building here in a live stream, there in the shop. And yeah, any support is obviously greatly appreciated. It's quite difficult to keep this this running here with new ideas every month and finding all the necessary parts like the eyeballs and commissioning the brass parts and setting up the studio here for live stream recording, etc. There are always new projects, and now that I have all this set up here, I think I'm going to continue this maybe once a month or something like this, and have a little live stream where I show how I make the monthly miniature of that month. Yeah, it's basically 1 miniature a month. Sometimes I skip a month if it's something really special, but yeah, I think for the next month I will have one tiny little thing every month. And yeah, this little eye catcher piece is one of the more elaborate pieces. And how late is it? Yeah, it took basically 4 hours to make one of these pieces, and so it's quite a lot of work. And I started already with prepared laser cut parts and already figured out how to make it, so the live stream version is basically the the quickest one I made so far. Yeah, so what else? Is there anything in the comments? Have you found any alternative to the K&S stuff? I think you're talking about the square brass tubes, right? I must admit I don't use them very much because I think it's quite a loose connection and it's hard to adjust it. And besides that, the most annoying thing is these things are measured in inches, and it's really annoying to get anything else besides these tubes here in Central Europe in inches. So you have to machine fitting parts yourself, and that's annoying. So what I'm usually using for arm connections on my armatures is not a square connection at all, but just a piece of round stock with a ground flat on one side, like with some of the end mills. and then you can have a Z screw on one side which presses against the flat side, and that's a quite rigid connection, I think, and it can be adjusted in strength, etc. So I prefer that one. But of course, if anyone wants to order armatures from me, I'm quite capable of fitting them with square tubes or square bars at the end, so they fit the K&S system. Ja, and hallo und vielen Dank an Schwarzlichttheater. Just a nice little comment in German there. Okay, so thank you very much. I think I will wrap this up now. Maybe have another song playing and showing off the eye again a bit, but yeah. Thank you everyone for joining the stream. Hopefully it will stay up on YouTube for everyone to watch afterwards. And yeah, see you next time. Bye.